Can you all see her?
I can see
Yes,
her.
my lady.
Yes, my lady, we can
I can
see.
see my
Yes, my
lady.
lady, I
Going
can
to
see her
exit
as
the
well.
meeting and rejoin. Yes, I can see you now. Whose turn is it? Is it you, Mr. Mr. You said you didn't have questions, and now it's Mr. Manamela. Is he there? Nelisiwe, was he at roll call?
No, Judge, he wasn't in roll call this morning.
Mr. Pichlela, I think this is now your turn. From there, it will be Mr. Shabangu. And Mr. Van Bergen. Thereafter. Yes.
My lady, is it possible that I may go last? Because I'm worried that most of the issues, especially around Mr. Ratoto, involves my client directly. So I wouldn't want that there should be something said that I'm not able to respond to or to cover comprehensively, my lady. May I please?
Yes, but you can't go last. I don't know if Ms.
Because I understand that
Munjerere also wants to cross-examine the witness. So either before Ms. Munjerere.
I seem to recall yesterday that Advocate Van Bergen has indicated that he would prefer to go.
Yes, I've mentioned his name also. I'll just hear from him. I know about him, yes. Mr. Shabangu, would you go first or?
My lady, I've requested that I go just before Miss.
It's not going to happen. I understand the situation of Mr. Pichlela also. So we must just see, one of you must just have compromised. There's nothing that I can do. Mr. Van Bergen, what is your situation? We have to follow each other after this. I'm not going to. Yes. Mr. Van Bergen, would you go in now? Then Mr. Shabangu, and then Mr. Pichlela, and then last will be Ms. Munjerere.
Yes, well, lady, I'm happy to do that with the proviso that if anything should arise from cross-examination by Mr. Pichlela and or Mr. Shabangu that requires me to address that, I will request an indulgence from your ladyship to just cross-examine on any of those issues. But I can proceed.
Yes,
in the meantime. Thank you, my lady.
Just before you proceed, good morning, Ms. Ndlovu.
Morning, Judge.
You are reminded that you are still under oath. Thank you. Continue, Mr. Van Bergen.
Thank you, Judge.
My lady, just by way of background, my cross-examination will relate to the information that was elicited by my learned friend, Ms. Rajab Budlender, yesterday pertaining to alleged lack of medical history in the documentation provided by Life Esidimeni and the alleged consequences of such lack if it did exist.
Okay.
Thank you, my lady. Ms. Ndlovu, good morning.
Morning, Counsel.
If I may just introduce myself, my name is Harry van Bergen. I appear for Life Esidimeni in these proceedings. If I can start with a bit of background just regarding yourself, Ms. Ndlovu. You said in your evidence and also in your affidavit, V1, that you are a social worker registered with the South African Council for Social Services Professions. That's correct, not the...
Yes.
Did you get the question?
Did you get the question, Ms. Ndlovu?
I didn't get the question well. Counsel was a little bit cutting.
Okay, you may proceed, Mr.
Let me repeat it. Can you hear me now, Ms. Ndlovu?
Yes, Counsel.
What I put to you is your evidence yesterday and also confirmed in your affidavit Annexure V1 is that you're a social worker and that you are registered as such with the South African Council for Social Services Professions. Is that correct?
Correct, Counsel.
When did you qualify as a social worker?
2012, Counsel.
And in addition to your qualification as a social worker, do you hold any other qualifications?
Yes, Counsel.
And what are those?
Yes, Counsel.
And amongst those regulations, you will also be aware there are rules relating to the acts or omissions of a social worker, which shall constitute unprofessional or improper conduct. You're aware of that, of those rules, not so?
Yes, Counsel.
And you would also be aware of Rule 4, bracket 5, close bracket, which provides that the following conduct shall be deemed to be unprofessional or improper by a social worker, and I quote from the regulation, the performance of an act belonging to a professional field other than social work, including the performing of psychometric tests for purposes of diagnosis and therapy, unless he or she is properly qualified therefore or legally authorized thereto. You are aware of that provision, aren't you?
Yes, Counsel.
What it means is that you may not stray outside the bounds of your scope of practice and abilities as a social worker.
Yes, Counsel.
So you would therefore not be qualified to express any opinions on matters involving medicine or nursing. You would agree?
Yes, Counsel.
Only doctors or nurses may do so. You would agree?
Yes. Yes, Counsel.
Now, the decision as to what records and the content of those records to send with a patient who is transferred, you would agree, falls within the scope of practice of a medical practitioner or a nurse, not a social worker.
May you please rephrase your question, Counsel?
Certainly. Would you agree that the decision as to what records, and I'm referring to medical and nursing records, and the content thereof to accompany a patient who is transferred from one mental health care facility to another, falls within the scope of a medical practitioner or a nurse, and not within the scope of practice of a social worker.
Yes, I agree, Counsel.
So that is not something that a social worker can express an opinion on.
Yes, Counsel.
And you would agree that the person or the profession which is best qualified to comment on the adequacy of medical records would be a specialist psychiatrist who has experience in the management and care of mental health care users.
Yes, Counsel.
Now,
Is that a hand? I think there was a hand here. I didn't see it. Although the witness has already responded, let me hear you.
Yes, my lady, I'm having an issue with this line of cross-examination, my lady. This line of cross-examination is not going to help the court to determine causation. So it does not take this matter anywhere, my lady.
Okay, thank you. Mr. van Becken?
if I may respond to that, this cross-examination is directly relevant to the issue elicited by Ms. Rajab Badlender yesterday concerning the adequacy of medical records.
Can you please lower your hand, Ms. Munjera? Thank you.
And the alleged consequences of any lack in records which may have existed. And that is directly related to the issue of causation, my lady. And this will look clearly from the following questions that I'm going to put to the witness.
Okay. Would you like to reply, Ms. Munjera? Or do you still stand on your objection?
I stand by my objection, my lady.
Okay. I'm going to allow the questions of... thank you, Mr.
As your ladyship pleases. Ms. Ndlovu, I must record that your approach yesterday in your evidence accorded in all respects with what you have said this morning to my questions. You correctly testified that as a member of the CCRC multidisciplinary team that was involved...
If I may, think just a second, I'm sorry to interject. I see Ms. Badlender has just joined the proceedings.
My lady, I'm so sorry. I was kicked off, but I've been let back in now.
Okay, but you were present when everything started?
Yes, of course.
Okay.
Thank you, my lady.
Continue.
Thank you, my lady. Ms. Ndlovu, as I was saying, that you testified yesterday that as a member of the CCRC multidisciplinary team involved in the transfer, you stuck to your role as a social worker, which does not allow you to take care of patients. You'll recall that evidence yesterday?
Yes, Counsel.
And I'm sure that that was guided by your knowledge and your acceptance that as a social worker, you are not allowed to stray into any other professional field as stipulated in Rule 4(5) of your ethical rules.
Yes, Counsel.
Now, if we could turn, my lady, to case lines 30252.
Just bear with me.
As your ladyship pleases.
Ms. Ndlovu, did you get the page number?
We're still trying to get the page number, Judge. Yes, we are there, Judge.
Thank you, Ms.
Also
Ndlovu.
there,
Thank you,
you may
Madam.
proceed.
Thank
Yes.
you. Ms. Ndlovu, you will recall that you were referred to this document yesterday by my learned friend, Ms. Rajab Budlender, SC. It is a report prepared by the Cullinan Care and Rehabilitation Centre and addressed to Dr. G. Ramokgopa, the then MEC for Health, Gauteng Province, and Dr. Kinoshi, the acting head of department. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, Counsel.
And you will recall that your evidence was that this report was written by you and the CCRC Nursing Department Deputy Manager.
Yes, Counsel.
Thank you. If you could then turn to page 30257.
We are there, Counsel.
Thank you. And I want to refer you to the second paragraph on that page, which reads in the first sentence, the mental health care users came with their patient files, which contained some of the information, but lacked medical history. Do you see that?
Yes, Counsel.
If we may turn to page 23122.
23122.
As your ladyship pleases. This is the transcript of the arbitration before Mr. Justice Moseneke.
We are there, Counsel.
Thank you. Would you look at, I'm going to refer to them as paragraphs, the fourth paragraph. It is Advocate Tebogo Hutamo. Do you have the paragraph?
Paragraph number 4.
The fourth paragraph.
Yes, Counsel.
Not numbered, but it's the fourth one. And Advocate Hutamo is examining you, and he puts to you, okay, thank you. Then in the second paragraph, you say the mental health care users came with the patient's files that contained some of the information but lacked medical history. Just to assist you, Ms. Ndlovu, this is the same paragraph that I referred you to on page 30257. And he then says, what does this mean? What does that mean? What medical history do you refer to? And then there's a bit of confusion about where he's referring to. And if you could then go to the second last paragraph. It's again Advocate Tebogo Hutamo, and he says, you said some of them lacked medical history. Are you there? And you say yes. Then going over to the next page, he asks, what are you referring to by that? Are you still following, Ms. Ndlovu?
Yes, Counsel.
And your reply is as follows. The medical history with this one. I think I am not the relevant one, the person to answer. Because this is a medical. It's something that has something to do with nursing or the doctor. I cannot answer for this one. Do you confirm that that was your evidence?
Yes, Counsel.
And Advocate Hutamo then asked, who would answer to this? And your reply, a nursing manager. Now, what I want to put to you, Ms. Ndlovu, is that your response at the arbitration was absolutely correct and in conformance with your duties as a social worker. Would you agree?
Yes, Counsel.
You are not, and you were not at the time, in a position to comment on what was a medical history or whether it was lacking or not. You would agree?
Yes, Counsel.
And it is not only at that point that you were unable to comment thereon, but even today you cannot comment thereon. Would you agree?
Yes, Counsel.
And that would relate to whether it is in respect of the medical records or medical history of any one particular patient, or whether it is in respect of the medical records or histories of all the patients that were transferred to CCRC. You would agree?
May you please rephrase your question, Counsel?
Certainly. What I put to you is, and this is against the background that you conceded or you confirmed that you could not at the time of the arbitration and cannot today comment on any medical history or medical records. And you cannot do that in respect of any individual patient or collectively to a group of patients. You would agree?
Yes, Counsel.
Now, just for clarification, Ms. Ndlovu, I assume that the comment about the lack of medical history in the report on page 30257 was not made by you, but probably emanated from the nursing department deputy manager. Would that be a correct assumption on my part?
Your line cut out a little bit, Counsel.
I'll repeat. I assume, given what you have testified, I see Ms. Munjele's hand is up, my lady.
Yes, please,
Yes,
my lady. I wanted to raise an objection that I raised earlier. Still, my lady, I feel that this line of questioning is not going to help the court with anything. It's not taking the court anywhere.
Are you taking me back because I've already made a ruling? I don't understand you. If you want to object for this one now, object. I've already made a ruling with regard to the previous one.
Yes, please, the court, my lady. My apologies for that.
As your ladyship.
Okay. Continue.
Thank you, my lady. Ms. Ndlovu.
Please lower your hand, Ms. Mjerel.
Ms. Ndlovu, against the background of what you testified this morning, that you are not able to comment on medical issues, medical records, and so forth, I assume that the comment in the report on page 30257, namely that the mental health care users came with files which contained some of the information but lacked medical history, that did not come from you, but it probably came from your co-author of the report, the nursing department deputy manager.
Yes, Counsel. Yes, Counsel. Sorry.
Thank you. And the same would apply with regard to similar comments in subsequent pages of the report, which refers to other dates on which patients were transferred. Would you agree?
Yes, Counsel.
Now, Ms. Ndlovu, there's an aspect in your evidence at the arbitration which I just want to deal with you. And with all due respect to Mr. Justice Moseneke, it will be my submission, and I'm going to put to you that it was
What page is that?
a bit unfair. My lady, it starts on page 23123. That's the page that we were on, and it goes over to the next page. Ms. Ndlovu, if I refer you to the second last paragraph on page 23123. Do you have it?
Yes, Counsel.
It says arbitrator Justice Moseneke, and he says, I know you say you're not competent about medical history records that were lacking, but you wrote this report, isn't it? And your answer was yes. I understand from your evidence, both yesterday and your confirmation today, that you were not the sole author of the report, but that you did so with the nursing department deputy manager. I beg your pardon, Ms. Ndlovu?
What is happening now, Ms. Ndlovu?
No, I also don't know, Judge. There was a sound. I don't know where is the sound coming from.
It appears to have
Can
been...
I please ask you, all of you, not to disrupt these proceedings? Can you all mute? We have agreed that all of you are going to be muted. Please do so if you didn't. Continue.
Thank you, my lady.
And this normally happens with people who are not here represented. Please mute your mics so that we can proceed without any interruptions. Continue.
Ms. Ndlovu, your answer to Justice Moseneke's question, you wrote this report, was yes. But we know now from your evidence to yesterday, which you confirmed today, that the report was co-authored by you and the nursing department deputy manager. And in addition, that the comment in question relating to alleged lack of medical history was not your comment, but the nursing department deputy manager. Would you agree?
Yes, I agree, Counsel.
So your answer to Mr. Justice Moseneke should have been qualified to say, I was a co-author, but that part was the source of that part was the nursing department deputy manager. That would have been the correct answer, not so. And I'm not criticizing you, Ms. Ndlovu. It's just to get the correct facts on record.
But I think you are repeating the same question. I don't know why is she struggling to answer.
Yes, I repeated it because she appeared to be struggling,
Yes.
my lady.
If you can just avoid doing that because you have already laid the background. Ms. Ndlovu,
Yes, Counsel.
so you can move on.
Thank you. Your answer to that question was yes. Is that correct, Ms. Ndlovu?
Yes, Counsel.
Thank you.
Let's continue.
Now, Mr. Justice Moseneke then continued over on the next page, and he says, and you looked at these files, didn't you? Though you're a social worker, but you looked at the files, did you? And you say, yes, Judge. And he says, did they have the medical history reports? I'm not asking you to interpret the reports. I just want to know whether there were medical reports in the files. And you said medical reports of stipulating of the patients, some did have, and Justice Moseneke says, and others did not have.
Sorry, my lady, for barging in. I want to raise an objection again about this line of questioning. Where is it taking the court to? According to me, this cross-examination, my lady, is not taking us anywhere as far as the causes of death of the mental health users. This is not relevant, my lady. with
Mr. van Bergen?
to my learned colleague.
Thank you, my lady. This evidence is directly relevant to an allegation that was made, an answer that was given in the witness's evidence at the arbitration.
I'm going to ask the witness just to step aside for now.
As your ladyship pleases.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, my lady. If I may, perhaps just in my reply, take your ladyship a bit further down that same page, where Mr. Justice Moseneke then asks the witness, are you able to give us an estimate of those that had and those that did not? And the answer, hence I've already mentioned that some of the patients came into the institution brought by Life Esidimeni staff. I can say 60% didn't have medical history. And my questions pertain to that aspect, my lady, as to the allegation that 60% didn't have medical history. And the relevance of that, my lady, is that my learned friend, Ms. Munjerere, in her cross-examination of Dr. Mkachwa, put to him that this witness is going to testify that 60% of the patients did not have medical records, and that as a result of that lack of records, patients died. So it is directly relevant to the issue of causation on the basis as was put to Dr. Mkachwa by Ms. Munjerere.
Just before I close it, can I hear Mr. Late and Ms. Bandelender?
My lady, in view of the fact that the door was opened by Ms. Munzelele, I cannot see that Mr. Van Bergen can be stopped in his cross-examination regarding this aspect. I would just suggest that he comes to the point a bit faster and not taking the circuitous route there too.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Bandelender, do you want to say something before I close?
No, my lady, simply just to agree with Mr. Late. I think that this line of questioning is certainly relevant to the question of what medical records were ultimately had by patients and ultimately may have caused their death not to have them.
Thank you very much. I'm going to allow Mr. Van Bergen to proceed, and please complete your line of questioning in this regard. As I've already ruled previously, I find this to be relevant to the issue of causation. Continue.
As your ladyship pleases, my lady, just with regard to Mr. Late's reference to taking a shorter route, unfortunately, sometimes it is necessary to take it step by step instead of jumping straight to the point that one wishes to make. And especially with a witness such as the present one, I don't want to bypass the logical progression of getting to the right answer. And
just continue, Mr. Van Bergen.
As your ladyship pleases.
Okay, the witness, continue.
Thank you, my lady.
I think you were busy with the question and you were putting the version to the witness. Continue.
Thank you, my lady. Ms. Ndlovu, you'll recall I referred you to page 23124, and I took you to the discourse between you and Mr. Justice Moseneke, where you said some did have and some didn't. And if you can then look, and I just want to count the paragraphs. The seventh paragraph. Sorry, the sixth paragraph. Seventh paragraph. My apologies. Justice Moseneke says, are you able to give us an estimate of those that had and those that did not? Ms. Ndlovu, I'm sorry, I'm going to interrupt my own questioning. And I just want to take you back to the first paragraph where Justice Moseneke says, and you looked at these files, didn't you?
I'm going to ask you not to repeat. I think this was well captured on record, Mr.
My
Mr.
lady,
Van Berg.
my lady,
If you can just take it from where it was. I think when you were interrupted, this, if you can move to this paragraph 7,
yes,
where you talk, where the issue of 60% comes in. I think that's where you were when you were interrupted. Remember, you explaining this, taking the matter further, but you had already canvassed the issue from paragraph 1 of this page, please.
As your ladyship pleases. I'll put the question in that order, my lady. Ms. Ndlovu, the reference to 60% who didn't have medical history, where does that figure come from?
This figure, Council, it comes to where, as part of the MDT, as a social worker, it was mentioned, and there was a list of names of patients that were compiled and submitted to the CEO that was indicating the number of the patients that did come with their files.
Yes, I'm not
and
sure.
As part of the MDT, knowing that this was mentioned in arbitration, I tried my best to request any other information that was done during Life Esidimeni projects at CCRC so that it can assist court with the evidence. The current CEO of Kalinen Care and Rehabilitation Center denied me and said, I'm no longer working for CCRC. He cannot give me the information.
Yes, Ms. Ndlovu, my concern with your answer is the following. You have very fairly and correctly conceded that you cannot comment on anything that pertains to medical issues. Not so.
Counsel, when I was
won't you please just
when I was at the arbitration, Counsel, I mentioned yesterday that I represented CCRC without any legal representation.
Ms. Ndlovu, would you please answer the question? I'm going to repeat it. You have already conceded today that you cannot comment on any issue pertaining to medical matters. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes, Counsel.
You yesterday testified with regard to the issue of lists that you... Sorry, I must just, if your lady will bear with me, I must just find my note. That your only involvement with the list was in respect of patients who did not have IDs. Do you recall that evidence?
Yes, Counsel.
You were not involved in the preparation of a list pertaining to patients who allegedly lacked medical history. That was done by the nursing staff.
Yes, Counsel.
So you cannot, from your own knowledge, as a social worker, comment on whether and how many of the files were lacking as regards medical history?
Yes, Counsel.
So your guess of 60% is not based on personal knowledge, and it falls without your scope, or it falls outside your scope of practice as a social worker. You would agree?
I agree, Counsel.
Thank you. If your ladyship will just bear with me for a moment. Ms. Ndlovu, and your evidence to these last questions would be in line with the amendment to your affidavit, V1, if I may refer you to page 37484. Do you have the page, Ms. Ndlovu?
Yes, Counsel.
If
What page is that again?
37484, my lady. Excuse me.
Yes.
If I may refer you to paragraph 4, Ms. Ndlovu, the first paragraph under the heading paragraph 4, the last sentence, which is line 5, it reads, I was informed that I was to go there to collect ID books of the patients, addresses and contact details of the families of the patients who were being discharged from Life Esidimeni to CCRC. You would agree that was the sole purpose and involvement of yourself during the transfer process?
Yes, Counsel.
And it did not involve getting embroiled in medical records and whether they were adequate or not?
Yes, Counsel.
Thank you. Now, if I may refer you to page 23117. That is again the arbitration, and I just want to get to the correct paragraph. It's paragraph 6. Do you have it, Ms. Ndlovu?
Yes, Counsel.
Mr. Justice Moseneke asked you, did the files have scripts? In other words, prescriptions for the patients? And your reply was, yes, Judge, and we were also given 7 days supply medication. I understand from that all the patients had prescriptions in their files and they all had received 7 days medication because the transfer was to CCRC, which is a government institution. Is that correct?
Yes, Counsel.
So the patients could at all times have received medication because their prescriptions were known, and they also had medication as prescribed for 7 days. Do you agree?
May I please have the question again, Counsel?
Yes, certainly. What this means is that all the patients who were so transferred could receive their medication at all times because the prescriptions were available, and they also had 7 days medication. Is that correct?
Counsel, with the 7 days medication, it was the information that was mentioned during the time we were welcomed at sick bay. Me seeing the medication, I didn't see any medication.
Just a second, Ms. Ndlovu, there is an objection here.
Thank you, my lady. Yes, my learned friend has now taken a very long time to establish that this witness is not suited to answer to medical aspects regarding the mental health care users. Now he asks her to comment on a medical aspect and the treatment aspect regarding these patients. There are a lot of other witnesses who testified about the medication and the scripts, and the CEO of CCRC is also coming to testify and would be in a much more suitable position to answer to such a question, my lady.
Mr. Van Bergen?
I will leave it at that, my lady.
Thank you.
I'll proceed to another issue. Ms. Ndlovu, may I refer you to, I just want to get the page number, page 540.
Do you have the page, Ms. Ndlovu?
Yes, my lady.
Proceed, Mr. Van Bergen.
Thank you, my lady. I want to refer to paragraph 8, Ms. Ndlovu, the very last sentence in paragraph 8, where you say, I do not know what caused the deaths of the mental health care users. You confirm that at the time you deposed to that affidavit, you did not know what caused the deaths of the mental health care users?
Yes, Counsel.
And if you would then please turn to page 37489.
37489.
89, my lady, that is the corrections V19. Do you have the page, Ms. Ndlovu?
Yes, Counsel.
Thank you. Paragraph 8, once again, the last line again reads, I do not know what caused the death of the mental health care users. Do you see that?
Yes, Counsel.
So it was not only at the time you deposed to your original affidavit, but even when you made amendments, and thus still today, you are not in a position to comment on the cause of death of the mental health care users. Would you agree?
Yes, Counsel. Yes, Counsel.
Thank you. Now, Ms. Ndlovu, did you at any time hold the view that because some of the patients did not receive their medical records, they died?
Counsel, I'm not in a position to can answer that. The medical records is not in line with my role as a social worker.
I fully support you there, Ms. Ndlovu. That is what I would have expected you to say, that you cannot comment on what caused the deaths, because that is really a medical issue, not so?
Yes, Counsel.
Thank you, Ms. Lawville. And Lawville, I have no further questions to you. Thank you, my lady.
Thank you, Mr. Van Bergen.
Thank you, Counsel.
Mr. Is it Shabangu or Pitlela? One of you?
I'm willing to go first.
Come again?
Shall I proceed, my lady?
Yes, but ensure that you are well positioned so that we can be able to hear you. I don't want problems. It's a few minutes. I think it's 7 minutes to 11. If you start now, I don't know whether you would prefer to start now or we break and then start at 10 past 11.
After the break should suffice. Let's go.
Okay. The witness is warned. We're going to take the tea adjournment and we'll resume at 10 past 11. Thank you very much.
As your ladyship pleases.
Yes, the court.
Please, the court, my lady.
Ms. Ndlovu, you are reminded that you are still under oath.
Thank you, Judge.
Good morning, Ms. Ndlovu.
Good morning, Counsel.
I'm Pro Pitlela. I am with the Legal Aid of South Africa, and I represent, amongst others, MK House and Siabadinga in these proceedings. Now, as a starting point, I want us to go to the report that commences on page 30252.
Page 30252.
Yes, that is the report by J.J. Ngobo, I believe, and which you also co-authored.
I'm there, Counsel.
Thank you, ma'am. Now, in terms of this report, I understand that the names that are highlighted therein are the patients that ended up at Anchor House, correct?
I'm still checking the page, Counsel.
Okay.
Which page, Counsel? The highlighted patients. On which page?
If you start counting from page 30255, you will see that at the end of each and every highlighted name, there is an indication that the patients were discharged to Anchor on the 23rd of June 2016. You can start by looking at page 30257. There is a narration at the top before where the column begins. There is a narration there that indicates that these patients whose names are blackened have ended up at Anchor.
I'm at the page, Counsel.
Are you able to see what I'm referring to?
Yes, Counsel, on the table.
Yes, just before where the table starts, there is an indication on page 30257 that the 8 highlighted mental health care users in the list above were subsequently discharged to Anchor on the 23rd of June 2016, as instructed by Dr. Manamela. Do you see what I'm referring to?
Yes, Counsel.
If you go through the document and you count the number of patients that are highlighted, I've so far been able to count only 29. And that to me is an indication that on the 29th of June 2016, 29 patients were transferred to Anchor from CCRC.
Come again, Mr. Pitlela.
My lady, I'm saying that by looking at the highlighted names, by simple mathematics, if you count only the highlighted names, it comes to 29 people.
From which page to which page? And which dates are we talking about here?
We are counting from page 30255 until (3062), my lady. It's just a simple matter of...
I don't know whether I understand your question. Maybe it should be clarified before the witness responds. What I pick up from this page, is it 30255?
Correct, my lady.
It says, following it's a list of admitted patients from Life Esidimeni according to dates of admission.
Yes.
Mental health care users received from Life Esidimeni had no medical records and were not properly identified. Now
Correct.
I see patients admitted from Life Esidimeni, Renfoldane in May 2016. Then the 10th of May, is there, 2016, and then the names are highlighted.
Yes.
As I proceed, this is now the next page, 30256. That list goes on and on up to 26, but there are those that have been highlighted. So, and then
Yes.
from there, there's something that is being said about the 10th of May, right? And now,
Correct.
yes, it says 26 mental health care users fetched at Life Esidimeni with a bus from Gauteng Department of Transport in Kudispoort, Pretoria. These mental health care users were fetched by a team from CCRC comprising of a nursing operational manager, 3 professional nurses and nursing assistants, 2 occupational therapy technicians, and Mrs. Ndlovu. Right, but it goes on. I don't want to read everything. Then from there, it goes on page 30257, where it says on arrival at CCRC, they were assembled. Okay, then from there it says the 8 highlighted, right?
Correct.
In the list were subsequently discharged. So the 8 highlighted in the list, now the list comes here. Now, I don't know. Now, I don't know whether the statement is correct, what the statement that you are putting to the witness. If you can clarify that, because now you are talking about the period from page 30255 to
I think the last highlighted name should appear on page 30262.
yes, but now I don't know whether I understand your question, or I just want you to clarify it so that there shouldn't be any confusion, because what you put to the witness, according to me, you are talking about those that were only, or those who ultimately landed at anchor. And now you're talking about 29. Maybe I'm confusing the issues. Is it from the different dates? Because the first ones that I read, they went to CCRC, and it continued to say from those ones, then 8, or maybe it's me who's not interpreting the right way.
No, hence, my lady, I'm availing myself of the opportunity with this witness who is present to explain this one particular aspect. Now, from my understanding of what this document purports, all the highlighted names, irrespective of the dates, ultimately ended up at anchor on the 23rd of June 2016.
Okay, can she assist us in that regard? Because my confusion came when you threw that question to her, the way it was formulated. Okay. Continue.
Yes, and when I count the highlighted, just the highlighted names, my lady, to me it says there are 29.
That is where my confusion lied, but yes. Can we get it from the witness? The witness is talking to someone, I don't know why, and I don't know. Can you share with us, Ms. Ndlovu, what you are discussing with who? I don't understand, because the court is in session, you are talking to someone, and I can see the body language. It doesn't come out well.
I was talking to Advocate Marriott that when I want to go to the bathroom, should I tell judge or should I talk to her? That was the.
But yesterday, yes, but I don't understand this. I don't want us to be arguing about this, because yesterday she was the one who assisted, and who assisted you to convey the message to the court. I just don't want that sort of body language in court. We are in court, and we shouldn't even be talking to other people while you are giving evidence, isn't it?
Oh, thank you.
We just come back from the break. So I don't even want to know about all those what we have been discussing, because I take it that can be correct.
My
Just
apologies,
the
Judge.
is in certain things and certain behavior cannot be allowed. It's just uncalled for. Thank you, Mr. Because now it takes away your concentration from what is being discussed and the questions that are posed to you. Thank you. You may proceed, Mr. Do you want to go to the bathroom now?
No, maybe after 30 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Continue, Mr.
Thank you,
Pikela.
Judge.
Yes, Ms. Ndlovu, my understanding of reading this report is that the highlighted names ultimately, irrespective of when they were taken from these respective institutions, ultimately ended up at Anchor on the 23rd of June 2016. Do you agree with me? Or am I reading the report correctly?
I don't get the question well, Counsel Pitlela.
Ma'am, if you have the document in front of you, it starts on page 30255. On that page, there is a name that is highlighted there. There are about 26 names on that list, but only 8 of them from the 24, we gather that they ended up at Anchor House on the 23rd of June 2016.
Perhaps, I don't know, Ms. Ndlovu, would you like at least 5-10 minutes to look at this document quickly?
Yes, please, Judge.
Please look at it. It's from page 3052 up to 30262.
Correct, my lady.
3052.
I see it goes on and on, but you can leave it up to page 30262.
That is correct, my lady.
the time.
Thank you. Mr. Pichel?
Yes, ma'am. Now, the question that I'm putting to you, it's actually quite a very straightforward question. There is nothing loaded in it. When you were reading through the document, you were able to come across names that were highlighted, correct?
Yes, Councillor.
Yes. Now, if you count the names, only the highlighted names, to me, it gave me a number of 29 patients. Were you able to arrive at that number as well?
Council, when you're talking about the list, this list of the discharged patients from CCRC to Enka or Siabadinga, I cannot answer on behalf of the discharge or the transfer of the patients because I was not part of the members who were discharging the patients in the institution.
And that is fine. What I'm asking you is a simple thing. It has got nothing to do with your duties. It is something that is there before your eyes to see. Now, I'm saying to you, if you look at this document and you count only the highlighted names, they come to a number of 29.
Just a second. Can I hear Mr. Late? Yes, Mr. Late?
My lady, if what my learned friend wants has nothing to do with the duties of the witness and the experience during that time, what is the purpose of this question? If this court can do the counting and he can do the counting himself, why must the witness do any counting? I can't see any relevance of this question.
Yes, Mr. Pichela, where are you going with the question?
For the purpose of moving along, I'll put it to the witness that the number of highlighted names on this document that were ultimately transferred to ENCA is 29 patients.
Okay, where are we getting? If you can just go straight to the question, because it's like, you know.
It's gonna be a long day, my lady. If we're struggling only with this one aspect.
No. Continue, Mr.
Malady, I'll move on.
Yes, please move on.
Now, ma'am, I want you to know this date of the 23rd of June because it's going to feature prominently in my cross-examination.
23rd of June 2016, yes.
Yes, court pleases, my lady. So I understand from your statement, the amended statement as well as the original statement, that on the 12th of May 2016, you were at Waverley, correct?
Correct, Council?
Yes. Now, what exactly was your role on that day?
On the day of the 23rd?
On the 12th
of May.
My role as a social worker, when I was part of CCRC MDT team to go to the Life Esidimeni centers, as a social worker, I was responsible to request the contact details of the families, the addresses of the families, and the ID books of the patients from the discharged patients of LE to CCRC. And I was requesting that from the social workers.
Now, with reference to, if we go on again to the report on the 12th of May, 2016, that is on page 30257. You will see that they are highlighted names. The report contains 24 names and 8 of them are highlighted. Sorry, 9 of them are highlighted.
Yes, 9, Council.
Yes.
2, 3, 4,
Now,
5, 6, 7, 8. Yes, Council.
Yes. You'll also see that there appears as number 24 the name of Mr. Charity Ratsotso.
On page 30258.
Correct, my lady.
Yes.
I'm there, Council.
Yes, I'm saying you can see number 24 there is mentioned the name of Mr. Charity Ratsotso, which has been highlighted as well.
Yes, Council.
And we can gather from this document that eventually the 9 highlighted mental health care users were discharged to Anchor NGO on the 23rd of June 2016.
Yes, Council.
Now, on this day in particular, while performing your duties and functions as you describe them, requesting contact details of families, ID books, etc., etc., were you able to identify Mr. Charity Ratsotso as one of the 9 that were to be transferred to Anchor at a later stage?
Council Pitlela, I was not part of the people who took the patients from CCRC to Anchor or Siabadinga.
Did you receive any documents that had the names of Mr. Charity Ratsotso on them?
I received the documents from nursing that with the list I was supposed to take the documents of the families, the ID and the addresses to the relevant person who received the patients as it was my duty.
Yes, but now what I want to understand is you are saying it is part of your duty to get the request for the contact details of the families, the ID books, and so on and so forth. Now I'm asking you in respect of Mr. Ratsotso, that did you receive that information on that day?
Yes, Council.
So as early as the 12th of April, May 2016, you already knew of Mr. Ratsotso.
Council, what I can tell court about me knowing Charity Ratsotso.
I'm sorry to barge in. It's Advocate Matlape. I've just received a message from Ms. Munjerere that she's been kicked out and that may we please just hold the proceedings for a few minutes until she logs in again. As it pleases the court, my lady.
Yeah, but we can't hold the proceedings. Okay, we can just wait for about 3 minutes.
As the court pleases, I will let her know, my lady.
Lady, the witness needs an indulgence to go to the ladies quickly.
Yes, she can do that in the meantime. Thank you.
Thank you.
You may do so. Continue. You can lower your hand, Ms. Matlape.
As the court pleases, my lady, I apologize.
Just check and let us see when she's in, but I'll also keep on checking. Yeah?
I will do so, my lady.
Thank you, my lady. The witness is back.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
I see Miss Munjerere is not yet there. Miss Matlape?
I'm giving her a call, my lady.
Okay.
May it please the court, my lady, she indicates that she's still trying to connect.
Yeah, it seems we're going to have a problem. Nelisiwe?
Yes, Judge.
Just check with her as to how long should we wait so that we should know whether we break now, then we resume when she has sorted her connectivity issues.
That's fine, Judge. I'll check now.
Okay.
Well, if the witness keeps imbibing liquid, whatever.
Let me not comment, please. Mr. Pitlela wants to share your tea, Ms. Ndlovu. So obviously you and Miss Marriott, you are enjoying the tea, eh?
It's cold, Judge.
So he also wants to have his own tea. Maybe that's the reason why he's now off the camera. I'm going to ask. I'm one person. I don't want to be
Judge?
wasting. Yes.
She said about 5 minutes or so, because when she tries to log in, it just keeps on saying connecting on her side, but she has electricity and her power is fine on her side.
Yes, but I think we're just going to break, and then as soon as she's in, you'll have to alert us. We'll just stay on the alert. Otherwise, we can't keep on. I'm just going to mute my mic and be off the camera, and then we should all do the same and wait for her. Otherwise, all right.
As the court pleases.
As the court pleases.
May it please the court.
Njerela?
This is my lady.
Okay. Yes, we understand. We were told about your concerns, and this also affected us. Thank you very much. Are we ready to start? The witness is warned. Continue, Mr. Pichel.
Yes, court, please, ma'am.
Sorry, my lady, before Mr. Pichela started, I just wanted to register my apologies to this honorable court and colleagues as well for what happened.
I've dealt with it already.
Okay, my lady.
Thank you. I just avoided us to be taking more time. Thank you.
Oh, okay, my lady. Thanks.
All right.
I
Thank
appreciate
you very much. Continue, Mr. Pichela.
Court, please, my lady. Before the break, ma'am, the question that I posed to you was...
And you first start by positioning yourself at the right place because you keep to be moving. Yes, that's much better. But
Yes.
once you start talking, then you move with your body to the side. Okay? Continue. We just hope not to have problems.
Before the break, one of the questions I posed to you was whether you received documents in respect of Mr. Charity Ratsotso.
Just before you go there, as far as I can recall, the last question that you asked her, you were saying was that as on the 12th of May 2016, she already knew of Mr. Ratsotso.
I'm indebted to the Honorable Court.
Yes, if you can take it from there.
Yes, ma'am. On the 12th of May, did you know Mr. Ratsotso?
Yes, Counsel.
And how did you come to know of Mr. Ratsotso?
On the day of Mr. Ratsotso's discharge at Waverley. Yes, Waverley. After getting into the base, before we can leave, Mr. Ratsotso laid down on the floor of the base and faced up, crossing his hands on the chest. Then we were like...
He laid down?
He laid down on the floor of the base and he crossed his hands on the chest.
Just
then all the officials, we were like...
Continue.
All the officials, we were like surprised what is going on with Mr. Ratsotso. Then one of the nurses that knew Mr. Ratsotso from Life Esidimeni, she told the MDT from CCRC that Mr. Ratsotso, that's how she behaves. She always wants to sleep like that. Then that's how I get to know Mr. Sorry, Judge.
Just hold it there. Yes, you can finish.
That's how I got to know Mr. Ratsotso from that day, Judge and Counsel Pitlela.
Now, did you have his documents in your possession, like his medical records, his ID, discharge forms, and the likes?
I didn't have the ID document of Mr. Charity Ratsotso. The only thing that I was given as a social worker, it was the contact details of the family, the cell phone number, and the address, the home address.
And who was listed as a
Just a
contact?
second, Mr. Pichel. Yes, continue.
Yes, and on the contact that you were given, who was listed as a contact, as a family contact on that document?
I don't remember, but the number that I've called, the number that was appearing on the list, when I called the person who answered the phone, it was Kevin. The person told me that it is Kevin, and I asked him the relations between him and Mr. Charity Razozo. Then he said he's the brother-in-law.
Continue.
Good, Jesus. Now, when was this, ma'am? You made this call.
Come again?
When was it? When you made the call, and the first call you made, and you spoke to this Kevin, who is
I made the. I called Kevin on the 18th of May 2016.
And I presume is the one you say you informed of the transfer of Mr. Ratot to CCRC.
Yes, Counsel. Yes, Counsel.
Now proceed, madam.
Yes.
Now, on the 23rd of June, were you on duty at CCRC?
23rd of June.
Yes.
23rd.
I don't remember, Counsel.
The information that you had in respect of Mr. Ratot, what happened to it? What did you do with it?
I went to the NGO to give the person who received Mr. Ratsotso.
Remember, ma'am, we are talking on the... Okay, when did you go to the NGO?
I don't remember what was the date.
No. Let's try and create a cogent timeline here. On the 12th of May, you were able to identify Mr. Ratsotso on the bus because of how he was behaving, and you were informed by Waverly nurses about his condition, and that is how he likes to behave. Now, I want to know, on the 12th of May, when you now got to CCRC, I want to understand what happened to that information about Mr. Ratsotso. Did you keep it, or did you give it to somebody, or what happened there?
The social worker, it was my duty to keep the information of the family in Charity Ratsotso's file, of the file of the social worker.
Now, did you open a specific file for Mr. Ratsotso on that day?
Counsel. Yes, Counsel.
And what was in that file? What information did you have in that file in respect of Mr. Ratsotso?
It was the intake form, the form that I was using as a social worker as an intake. Then on the intake, it was the name of Mr. Ratsotso and the address of the family and the contact details.
Okay. Only that information.
Yes, Counsel.
Now, let's revert to where you were saying you gave information. Now, did you hand over your entire file, or how did that transpire?
The file of Charity Razozo, it was for my office. Then when Charity Razozo was discharged to the NGO, on the list that I was given, then I wrote it was not only Charity Razozo, I wrote all the contact details of the families and the address so that I can hand them over to the NGO.
So during the handover, you were participating?
The handover of the addresses. The handover of the...
Okay, please continue, ma'am. Apologies.
I handed over the contact details of the families to the NGO.
To who in particular?
To Dorothy Franks.
Now, I presume that you also kept some of this information in your file.
Which information, Counsel?
The list. You compiled a list of these patients and then you handed it to Ms. Dorothy Franks, as you say. Now, I'm saying I presume that you also kept a copy for your own records.
Counsel, I didn't compile a list. A list was compiled by the nursing section of the discharged patient. Then the list was given to me so that I can put the information on that list of family contacts. Then the list was given to Mrs. Dorothy Franks.
And you're saying you are the one who personally gave that list to her?
Yes, Counsel.
Now, what I'm trying to understand is, was this before the patients were transferred, on the day that the patients were transferred, or after that date? Because we already know Mr. Razozo was transferred on the 23rd of June. So let's work out a timeline there.
If I was on duty, I think the list was submitted the very same day.
Ma'am, I believe that on the 23rd of June, there is a lot of things that happened at CCRC. There was a lot of movement with patients being transferred. So it couldn't have been an event or an incident that would readily escape your memory. Do you agree?
I don't agree.
So you are saying that on the 23rd of...
That's the answer.
Mr. Pihlele, the issue has been sufficiently canvassed.
This court pleases, my lady. So the date is unknown. Okay, ma'am. My client would deny that on the 23rd June 2016, you handed her a list of patients. Do you have any comment on that?
I disagree with Mrs. Franks.
So you are saying you handed her a list on the 23rd of June?
What I'm trying to say is that the list was handed over to Mrs. Franks. On the date, I'm trying to think, but I don't. If it wasn't the 23rd, it was the 24th. Because I was not taking time to submit the information of the families to the NGOs. It was a priority for me.
Continue.
Now I'm confused, man. You're confusing me because the question that I put, the version that I'm putting to you, it's very clear. I'm specific with reference to the date. Now, either you were there on the 23rd and you can tell this court that you indeed handed a list on that date, or you were not there. Therefore, you can't say anything about that. It can be that you might have and might not have been there. That is not very helpful.
Mr. Late?
My lady, by checking the witness into that answer doesn't take Mr. Pishela any further. The witness keeps on saying she cannot remember whether it was on the 23rd, it might have been on the 24th, and that is her answer. It doesn't help Mr. Pishela to keep on arguing with the witness about this.
Can we move, Mr. Pishela? I've already made a ruling. Can we
with respect, I put a version to the witness that was clear and direct. Now her answer is all over the place. She's saying that is not true, but at the same time, she's not committing herself to that date because I want her to commit to a date. It's not a question of whether it might have been. If my client says, I did not receive this list on the 23rd, that is complete and that is a version. She cannot now say, I might have given it to her on the 24th. Then the answer to what I'm putting
testimony is very clear, Mr. Pishela. He says she says she disagrees with your client, Ms. Franks, because she has handed the list to her. As to the date, she's not certain. Whether she says it was not, she cannot confirm the 23rd. Now she comes, you are the one who expects him. Her to speculate. She has responded she's not sure about the date. Can we move on, please?
With respect, my client, when she comes and says,
she will testify.
The problem is I haven't received an answer to the question that I posed. And the question that I'm putting to the witness.
What is the question? Because she's saying...
I'm specific about the date, man. The date of the 24th. Yes. I'm not talking about the 24th. I'm not talking about the 25th or whatever date that might have happened. If she cannot say, if she doesn't know when she ended the list, then it's fine. I'll leave it at that.
That is what she's saying. What more do you want from her? That is what she's saying.
Yeah, she shouldn't contradict my client's version.
Okay.
Because I'm not saying she never handed a list.
Why do you say she's contradicting? She says she has handed the list, but she cannot tell when. The full stop.
That's what pleases my lady.
Can we move? Are you still raising your hand, Mr. Just a second? Just a second, Mr. Late.
Your ladyship has already ruled on this, and it was a double-barrel question. It dealt with the handing over of the list as well as the date. Correct. And that's why the witness answered like she did.
I've captured the response of the witness. Can we move on, please?
I don't know. There seems to be another hand.
Who sent now? I see it's Mr. Late's hand.
Oh, let's court, please.
I think Miss Munjerele also had her hand up. I think it is now down. We can proceed.
Yes, please, the court, please.
Continue.
Now, on the 23rd of June, Ms. Dorothy Franks records in a statement on page 6284.
Please repeat the page number.
6284. 6284.
With reference to paragraph 1 of that statement.
Paragraph?
1. I'm going to read you that statement so that we save time. From what 5 patients came in with no files and identification or medication. The nurses from hospital just left them in the hallway and they left without telling us the names of all the patients. Anna Jacobas spoke to one of the nurses and told them that there is not enough space and they should take some of the patients. Thereafter, the CEO of Kalinen Care and Rehabilitation Center arrived. She came in with a very bad attitude and said that they will not take any patients back. She also said that they dealt with these patients and so can we, and she left. The only documents that came in of the other patients were just file and medication. The staff took stickers and they tried to identify them by writing their names on, and all patients settled in the ward. We started counting them and they were 29. All patients received supper and they went to bed. Now, this statement seems to attach a list and put, yes. On page 6286, there is a list of 29 people. Now, on this list, I have not been able to find the name of Mr. Charity Ratot.
On the list of
welcome, yes. You are welcome to look at the list yourself and confirm whether there is the name of Mr. Ratot on that list.
Is it from 28 to 28?
6286. Page 6286.
Just printing a document for the witness, my lady.
Did you have a look at the list?
Yes, I've looked at the list, Judge.
What is your response?
The name of Mr. Charity Ratsotso doesn't reflect. Can we check the second page, please? There's nothing.
Continue.
Court pleases me. Now, you recall that at the beginning, when I commenced with this cross-examination, I indicated to you that on the 23rd of June, there were 29 people in accordance with the report which you were partially responsible for compiling, names of whom are highlighted in that report. starting from page 30255 until page 30262. You recall?
Yes, I recall, Judge.
Yes. Now, you will note that on page 30255, which was the page where your ladyship also didn't understand what was happening with regard to that name. The name, you will find it as number 16 on this list that is on page 6286. And that is the name of Philemon Caesar.
Come again. Let me go to this. Just bear with me. I just want to confirm this. Yes, Mr. Pichela, what about this name, Philemon Musiza?
I'm saying it appears on page 30255.
Yes, as number 3.
Your leadership read, yes. Now, on this list, it appears as number 16.
Okay.
Yes. Now, if you look on page 30256, number 10 on your report, it's Mr. Quinton van Vieren. He appears as number 7 on the list that was compiled by Ms. Dorothy Franks. Do you see that?
I'm checking the list that was compiled by Dorothy Franks. Advocate, may you please tell it for me?
Mr. Pichela?
Yes, my lady.
Please drive the point home.
Yes, because I can go through these names and do a comparison one by one. But the point of the matter is, according to the report and according to the list, if Mr. Ratsotso and his information had been handed over on that day, then ordinarily his name should appear on this list of 29 people, because we know that he's supposed to have been on the list of those 29 people. Do you agree?
Sir, can I please have a question again?
When you look at this report that you compiled and the list that was compiled by Ms. Dorothy Franks, we know now for a fact that based on your report, Mr. Charitu Ratsotso was supposedly transferred as number 24 on the list of patients that were collected on the 12th of May. Do you agree?
Well, I don't get your question well, because we're talking about two lists. The list that was compiled by Dorothy, of which I was not there when this list was compiled. And you're talking about the list that was compiled by CCRC nurses, of which Charity Razozo is on the list of the discharged patient. So I don't get your question well.
Ma'am, this is a simple proposition that I'm putting to you. It's quite elementary. In this report, you have already confirmed that Mr. Razoto's name appears as number 24. Now, I've shown you a list of patients that were received by Ms. Dorothy Franks on the 23rd of June 2016. And the name of Mr. Razoto, you have already confirmed that it's not on that list. Now, I don't understand what difficulties you are having in that regard.
Do you follow, Ms. Ngofu?
No, I don't follow, Judge. Will you please just help me in clarifying the question?
Mr. Pichela is comparing, okay, let me hear, there is a hand here. Mr. Late?
My lady, we've been listening about these lists now for a very long time. Is Mr. Pichela's witness going to testify that Charity was never at anchor? Or what is the relevance of the list that was received? We have the evidence, he was at anchor, he was taken to hospital where he died.
I think
what is the relevance of
I
this
don't
list?
want to be talking for him, but I think I understand him to be talking to the issue of identification that was lost in the way.
But what's the relevance thereof, my lady? I can't understand what the relevance thereof is.
Let's hear him.
My lady, I don't have to explain the issue of relevance to Mr. Late. I'm making a point here, a simple point. And this pertains to what this witness is saying. She's saying on the 23rd or on whatever date I handed over details and whatever. I'm trying to establish that fact because it's critical to my client's case. And it's critical to the version that she will advance to this court.
Yes,
now,
just pose your question so that we can leave the matter, Mr. Pichela.
Testify at a later stage or not is neither here or there. That decision will be taken on consultation when the time comes. It is not for now that I should explain my game plan to Mr. Late.
Mr. Pichela, that's not the attitude that we should be adopting. We're helping each other here. Okay, what I want you to do, Mr. Pichela, just drive the point home. When I say this, I want you to go straight to the crux of your question. The witness does not even understand your question, so that we can lay this matter to rest, because I hear that it's now going to detain us for some time.
Perhaps, my lady, then the court should consider getting an interpreter for the witness.
Just what I'm saying is that clarify the question to the witness. The witness didn't understand the question, so that you make your point and we pass it, please.
Okay, let me go back to primary then. Ma'am, page 30258. It's a report that you were part of compiling. You are aware of this report, you have had sight of it. Number that on page 30258, there is a name of Mr. Charity Razoto. You understand?
Yes.
You agree?
Yeah, number 24 is Charity Razoto.
Fine. Now, I've indicated to you that some of the names that appear on this document, that the report that you compiled, I gave you an example, Mr. Quinton van Vieren, Philmon Caesar. They are also appearing on the same list that was compiled by Ms. Dorothy Franks. And that list is on 6286. Do you agree?
Yeah, we are on the list. Counsel, I've told you that when this list of Mrs. Franks was compiled, I was not with them.
That is immaterial. You are looking at the list, it's in front of you. I'm not saying you participated in compilation. So you are telling me that you can't look at a document and form an opinion.
Which document are you
Mr.
talking
Pichela,
about?
just before Mr. Pichela, just before the witness answers, I'll come to you, Mr. Late. The evidence from this witness, it is clear, even one by one comparing the two lists, that the name of Charity Ratsotso is not mentioned in this second list, right? And even the witness confirmed that. If we can take it further, if you want to take it further, but before I do that, can I hear Mr. Late?
Yes, my lady. Mr. Pishlela's manner of addressing this witness is really not up to the standard of any officer of the court. Witnesses must be treated with respect, and the manner in which he addressed her, whether she can read it or not, that is not acceptable. And if Mr. Pishlera thinks that other advocates are part of this hearing, just to sit here and listen to him, he has it wrong in many ways. We are here to assist this court. And if I ask the relevance of a question, it's not for him to say that he's not obliged to give me the relevance. If you give the relevance, it's to the court, not to me. If I object to the lack of relevance, I object with reference to the court that has to decide on that, and the court will decide where there's relevance. And further, Mr. Pichela must also understand that this is not a criminal trial. His client is not accused in a criminal trial. She's a witness. And if she has certain evidence, she will provide that evidence to the court when she testifies. This witness has numerous times said she wasn't present when that list was compiled. So the correctness of the witness, of the list that Mr. Pichela cross-examines this witness about, is still not has still not been adjudicated by this court. Who says that the list?
The witness, please. Thank you. Continue, Mr.
Who says that list that Mrs. Franks compiled is correct? We don't know that. Now he's arrogant towards the witness while she's testifying, and all he is asked and we know, as the court indicated, Mr. Ratsotso's name does not appear on the list of Mrs. Franks. Now take it from there. Why must this witness confirm that? It's clear on the documents. It's not necessary for this witness to confirm that it's not there. If you just can go on with this evidence, my lady.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pichela.
You know, I heard a lot of things being said here, and most of which are irrelevant. If it was pertaining to how I was addressing the witness, this is how I talk in order for this court to hear me. I have not expressed any disdain or whatever. This court would have cautioned me adequately. So it's
the
not
problem. The court even noted that you said you cannot explain the relevance of the question to Mr. Late, which was not the right thing to say. You know, when a colleague raises an objection. Just a second. Can I finish this point, Mr. Pichela? Or if you don't want me to say anything, you can just talk. Then I'll give you the chance. Continue. Then I will address you later. Continue and finish what you wanted to say.
I apologize, my lady, to the Honorable Court.
But remember, the problem started when... Yes, if a colleague is raising an objection, right, the court must listen to the objection. I listened to Mr. Late. Then I handed over to you to say, explain. Then you said you can't explain to Mr. Late. Why do you say that? That is not the right thing to say, isn't it? When the court say reply, respond, right? At the end of the day, it is the court that is going to determine the relevance. Nobody expected you to explain the relevance to Mr. Late. What you should have done was just to indicate and explain as to why deal with the objection by Mr. Late. That is what the court requested you to do, right? So can we just refrain from using this other language? And you know that it doesn't serve any purpose. If somebody, can I finish? It doesn't serve a purpose when a colleague objects, and while you are supposed to respond to that objection, you become emotional because you end up saying things that, are not right at all. And this shows disrespect also to your colleague and the court, you know. So if you can just refrain from doing that, just concentrate, you will be given the chance. And I just didn't want to dwell much on that. I just said, Mr. Pitlela, the witness doesn't understand, continue. Because I'm avoiding things like that. It doesn't augur well at all. But now that is where we're landing, because I didn't even make a ruling on that, because I had expected you just to deal with the objection and for Mr. Late to respond to reply, so that the court could then give a ruling, right? So you even denied the court that opportunity by responding the way you responded.
Well, if I may.
Okay. Can we just deal with the matter and then we lay to rest? Like any other.
Allow me to speak, because it seems like when I speak, my lady interjects. I've been listening to Mr. Late going on and on about different things,
this
and
is
the court has not taken the opportunity to interject.
This is your turn now.
I'm saying to this honorable court, where I have overstepped, I sincerely apologize to the honorable court and to Mr. Late's feelings on that aspect. It was not intended to insult or to belittle anyone. But what worries me is there is no consistency when it comes to one who has to address, because it appears that others are getting more of an opportunity than others. And I would prefer, my lady, that what is applied on the left should also be applied on the right.
If I may, what do you mean by that? I'm giving you the opportunity. Now you are coming with something else. I've given you the opportunity now. Continue.
My lady, I register my apology to this honorable court, to Mr. Late, to the witness. Is it, if possible, and if the court allows it, I would request that we get back to the facts of why we are here. The issue later about the decorum that needs to be shown towards one another. And this court did nothing. And I took it that is acceptable. If you are throwing punches, then you should throw punches. But as I said, my lady, that does not fit with the starch of this court and the starch of these proceedings. And I will be the first one to admit, my lady, that it was not proper. And for that, I apologize.
Can I ask Mr. Late to reply to this and hear at least one or two before I close the matter?
My lady, my main objection was that the witness has answered the question and that the information is clearly on the documents, and I objected to the manner in which Mr. Pitlela addressed the witness and the manner in which he posed his questions, and his response was, according to me, not in the correct manner that suits a court. And your ladyship has already indicated to him that when I object, it is to assist the court, and that it's not for my information that I object. It's for the court's information and the court's assistance. If I had said things that hurt Mr. Pishlela's feelings in the past, I do also apologize for that. But in the end, Mr. Pishlela must just recognize the fact that we are here to assist the court. And it's not, when I object, it's not about him personally, but about the information and the questions that he asked, which is in many instances irrelevant, and in many instances not at all of assistance to the court. And I will not object if I'm not certain that the questions are not fair to a witness or is not of any assistance to this court.
Yes, my only concern now is that he's raising issues that I just do not understand as to what is it that he really wants to imply to say. Every time when you address the court, then it appears the court is showing some favor on your side. And he said he alerted the court and the court never dealt with them. So that's the point that I wanted to do.
I know of one or two instances, my lady, I can't remember everything, but I know that the court cautioned us both to respect the decorum of this court and watch our language. And I accepted that the warning by the court was directed at both of us, not only at Mr. Pishlela.
Thank you. I saw Ms. Njerere. I don't want to prolong the issue. Ms. Njerere?
As it pleases the court, my lady, I also wanted to say earlier that according to me, the witness has already responded that when Dorothy Franks drafted or Mrs. Franks, my lady, when she drafted the list, the witness has indicated that she was not there. And it appears to me that my Leonard colleague, Mr. Pishlela, was not happy with the answer from the witness. And as a result, Mr. Pishlela started to be somehow aggressive to the witness, which I've also realized that he was very much unfair in his line of questioning to the witness, my lady.
Okay, I'm not going to, anyone who wants to say something before I close, even if I can have one person from there, Mr. Pitlela will reply. Mr. Pina?
May it please the court, my lady, I have a matter I think should be presented to your ladyship, and that is, may I be permitted, my ladyship, to extend a felicitation to your ladyship in a manner in which you have conducted these proceedings at all times, my lady. We are faced with an inquest of a magnitude which is not the norm, and therefore which exacerbates the whole scenario that your ladyship is faced with. But nonetheless, my lady, I believe and I would submit that your ladyship has conducted these proceedings, and I'm saying this with respect to Mr. Pishlela as well as Mr. Late, unbiased, totally objective, my lady, at all times, notwithstanding the nature and the format in which objections have been raised and presented to your ladyship. And I do not believe, my lady, that the criticism that has been directed by my learned friend, Mr. Pishlela, to your ladyship's conduct is founded, my lady. And I believe the proceedings under difficult and onerous circumstances, your lady has been able and has actually adjudicated all objections raised and the procedure followed in a manner which is fair and equitable to all parties involved, my lady. And I do not believe it's justified to level criticism of the nature that has been levelled at your ladyship's conduct in these proceedings. I believe the proceedings as they've been presented, that I submit, my lady, is in a manner which is decorous and expected of a judicial officer at all times, my lady. I do not find that the court has in any manner exceeded those bounds or limits that there are with which a court is faced. Also an inquest court, my lady.
Thank you, Mr. Pina.
May I please the court, my lady?
Would you like to reply?
No, my lady. I would like back.
Thank you very much. Before, I think I've noted the concerns raised by Mr. Pichela, and I've also noted the responses by Mr. Late and others. And in all fairness, I'm going to request that counsel, you're all officials of the court. Please treat each other with respect. Number two, witnesses are here to give evidence. It is clear that this is an inquest and not a trial. Furthermore, with regard to how I'm conducting these proceedings, I'm not going to fall into Mr. Pichela's hands, whatever, but the fact of the matter is the record speaks for itself. If there is anything that I did, the record will show. And it is not my intention to treat anyone differently. If Mr. Pichela feels that there is something wrong with how I conduct my proceedings, he is free to either lodge an application for my recusal in case he feels that there is something wrong that I'm doing here. But I take it that all of you here are here to assist me as an officer of this court to arrive at a proper decision in this matter. Thank you. And I'm going to ask Mr. Pichela to refrain from this line of questioning and being emotional in these proceedings, because whatever he did previously was just not right. Mr. van Bergen?
Thank you, my lady. Just apropos your ladyship's admonition of all of us, which I fully agree with, specifically your ladyship pointing out that we should all respect our colleagues and also the witness. But the one thing that I believe should be placed on record, my lady, is that the proper respect and decorum should also be displayed towards your ladyship. It is of concern to me, and I don't want to name names or point fingers, but there is a tendency by some of the colleagues involved to interrupt your ladyship while your ladyship is talking by speaking over your ladyship, and I submit that that is something that we should all also just guard against, as your ladyship pleases.
Thank you, Mr. van Bergen. Proceed, Mr. Pichela. I see there is a hand. Whose hand is that?
My lady, it's my hand. I hesitate to prolong this any further, but because the record in this matter will be important, I want to add my voice to that of Mr. van Bergen. It is something that has concerned me for some time, that the manner in which this court is often treated and the decorum with which we are meant to address the court is sometimes forgotten. That may be because we are acting virtually and not physically in court, but it's still not acceptable. And I think speaking over your ladyship is simply unacceptable and must not happen. So I think this is an opportunity for all of us to remember that no matter how stressful and long these proceedings are, we need to remember that this remains a court of law and that we need to afford the appropriate respect to yourself and to this court. So I wish to just add my voice to that of Mr. van Bergens. Thank you, Madam.
Continue, Mr. Pihlala. Where is the witness?
Next court, please, my lady.
If I may, I hope, I don't know whether you're still going to that question, because as of now, you still have not addressed the issue of relevance with regard to the question that you posed with regard to the two lists. So I don't know whether you're still going there or what is your stance. But if you're still pursuing that, before you continue with that, you'll have to explain yourself to the court and give an outline as to why you are asking that question, so that the court can determine the relevance of the question. Thank you.
My lady, I accept the answer that was given by the witness. If anything is outstanding, I'll address it in my argument.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, court, please. I don't know if it's the witness back, my lady. I can't see.
You can't see the witness.
Yes, but it's fine. I think
if you can move closer to. Yes. Again. Okay, continue.
Yes, court, please. Now, I want us to look at the report by Dr. Makova that is on page 6336, and that is on paragraph 5.6. This report on paragraph 5.6 in describing the manner in which Mr. Ratsotso was transferred from CCRC to Anchor, and the opinion expressed therein is that the transfer of this patient appears to show an absolute lack of care and professionalism. The reference document A18, and that is the statement by Ms. Dorothy Franks, which Dr. Makova was referring to here, reflects that the patient was transferred without a clear, complete medical report, nor clear designated ward which he was admitted to. Now, the question that I have for you in this regard is, did you witness the transfer of Mr. Ratsotso from CCRC to Anchor on the 23rd of June 2016?
Thank you for the question, Counsel. When the patients were transferred to Anchor, I was not part of the officials who took the patients to the NGO.
So you didn't witness the transfer?
Yes, Judge.
you must listen to the question attentively and respond to it according to how it has been posed. The question was, did you witness the transfer? So you were not there, you didn't witness it.
Yes, Judge.
Thank you, ma'am. And I am indebted to the court for that clarity. Now, we know by all accounts that Mr. Ratsotso was admitted to CCRC on the 15th of May 2016, then moved to Anchor on the 23rd of June 2016, and then was subsequently taken ill somewhere between the 27th and 29th of June 2016. Yes. Now, during this period of the 23rd to the 29th, did you interact with Mr. Ratsotso in any capacity?
No, Judge, hence he was already been discharged to the NGO.
So in a sense, once he was discharged, it was no longer your responsibility. Am I understanding you correctly, ma'am?
Yes, Counsel, hence I was not working for the NGO.
Now, I'll come back to this point at the appropriate moment with regard to your responsibilities as a social worker in general, and as they are mandated by the South African Council for Social Services Professions. Are you familiar with the South African Council for Social Service Professions?
Yes, Counsel.
So you're also familiar with the rules of the social
Can
worker?
you just move back, Mr. Pitlela? I think you just broke.
Apologies, my lady.
Continue. If you can just repeat that question.
Yes, court, please. I take it that you are also familiar with the policy guideline for course of conduct, code of ethics, and rules for social workers.
Yes, Counsel.
Now, I will return to that at a later stage. Now, you have indicated in your testimony and in your statements in plural that you were in contact with a person called Kevin, correct?
Yes, Counsel.
Now, is is it correct to say that Kevin is not a direct relative of Mr. Charity Ratoto?
Counsel, Kevin, hence he told me that he is the brother-in-law of Charity Ratsozo, and the contact details that I found from Live Esidimeni, it was for Kevin. So that Kevin, it was the fact that like when you are saying he was not the direct relative, I don't know how to answer that, because it's the information that I've received from where the patient was coming from.
Yes, but you'll agree with me that it was your duty, as you described it on page 37484 of your statement, that to trace families of all these mental health care users under this project marathon. You agree?
Yes, I agree, Counsel.
And that duty will also extend to verifying that the information you were provided with or that is on file is reflected correctly in the event that a next of kin should be contacted. Correct?
Correct, Counsel.
Now, yesterday, we were referred to several statements which you made under oath. And this statement pertained to different individuals or different deceased individuals. Now, I've had the opportunity to look at this statement, and there is one prevailing factor that I would like to interrogate with you today. On page 10851.
10851.
Correct, my lady. It's a statement you made with respect to Busisiwe Chabalala.
Yes, Counsel.
Yes, I on that page, ma'am.
Yes, Counsel.
Yes, I think it is exhibit V10, my lady.
Yes, I got it. I'm fine here.
Now, on this statement, you said, you indicated that, amongst others, that they were brought on the 23rd, you were given IDs, but the part that I'm more interested in is that the user died on the 25th of July 2016 at CCRC. Now, the nursing department informed the family about the death of the user, and I personally communicated telephonically with Sipho Shabalala, and he promised to come and collect the body. Do you see that part I'm referring to, ma'am?
Yes, Counsel.
So you'll agree with me that, as you have stated, it was your responsibility to contact the families of the deceased persons in the event of death, to inform them about the passing of that deceased person, correct?
Correct, Counsel.
And it was also your responsibility to contact the families of the mental health care users when they were transferred from whatever institutions to CCRC or to any subsequent NGO, correct?
Correct, Counsel.
Yes. Now, according to this statement, you contacted one Sipho Chabalala and you informed him about the death of Ms. Busisiwe Chabalala, and he promised to come and take the body or something like that.
Yes, Counsel.
Yes. Now, when you compiled your file on Busisiwe Chabalala, did you try to verify the information that you had received from Life Esidimeni in respect of this particular deceased person, to ensure that the contact details of the family are up to date, the address of the family is up to date, whatever information that is required, be it ID, SASA card, and the likes, are also on the file and they're up to date? Did you do that, ma'am?
Counsel, I heard you talking about the SASA cards, of which it was not my responsibility.
Let's forget the SASA card.
Okay, Counsel.
Yes,
With
no, proceed, ma'am.
Counsel, the contact details of Busisiwe Chabalala, the one that appears on the statement, is the information that I've received from LE Center. The family, I don't remember if during the time the patient has arrived, the family was found to be told about the placement of Busisiwe at CCRC. I don't remember. But for the patients of whom we had the contact details of the family, they were called to be informed about the placement of the patients in CCRC.
Yes, we'll come to all of them, don't worry. We'll deal with each and every one of those patients where you're saying you contacted the families, and even where you did not contact the families. But what I wanted to establish here is, with reference to your responsibilities on this project, that the duty to perform all these checks, it fell upon your shoulders. You are the one who was supposed to verify the information that was given to you from Life Esidimeni. That is the point I want to establish.
Yes, before the witness response, Mr. Late.
My lady, in terms of the Inquest Act, a person other than the court or the evidence leader can ask questions aloud by the court. And the primary test for the admissibility of evidence or the admissibility of questions is relevance. Now, the testimony of this witness is that she had nothing to do with the treatment of the patients. I cannot see where Mr. Pishlela is going with this kind of questioning regarding her duties to report to the families the deaths of people, or to ensure that the information she has is correct. This deceased that Mr. Pishlela now refers to died while at CCRC, and CCRC isn't even one of Mr. Pishlela's clients. So if he can just indicate where is he going with this? How is this kind of questioning going to assist this court in finding whether anybody, or let's say this witness, was in any way involved in the death of any of the deceased, or whether she can assist this court to tell the court whether anybody she knows about was involved in the death of the deceased. We've been sitting now since lunchtime listening to a lot of questions that doesn't assist this court in any way in coming to the findings that is that the Inquest Act asks this court to do. So if Mr. Pisela can indicate what's he going to argue about Mrs. Ndlovu's duties and whether she had performed it adequately or not. How's that going to assist the court in coming to an eventual finding?
Thank you. Mr. Pitlela?
My lady, I believe that every witness who comes before court...
Can the witness step aside?
Every witness who comes before court, my lady, and proposes to contradict what a version of another witness, then it is important that we interrogate her competency, and also it allows the court to determine what value to attach to the testimony of that witness. Her credence, for instance, my lady. Now, the statement that was made by the witness in her statements and in her amended statement, one, she insists that she contacted certain families, and I will present to the Honorable Court contrary evidence to show that she has not, or according to those families, she did not contact them. She did not notify them. And I think that is relevant, my lady, because if we were to go only the version of this witness, where she says I contacted certain families, and we are unable to counter-say that, then her evidence stands unchallenged, and the court is entitled to accept it as it stands. Now, in the instance, Mr. Late says he wants to understand where I'm going with this. I will be presenting a contrary version from one of the family members in respect of this particular witness, Busisiwe Shabalala. In fact, in my eyes, the case is similar to that one of Charity Ratsozo, where I will also be presenting an affidavit that was done by the family member.
I've noted you, Mr. Late. Let him finish.
That they were not contacted. And that is where I'm going with this.
Okay. Mr. Late. Before
yes,
I come to you, just before I come to you, I say, let me hear Miss Munjerel.
Please, the court, my lady. I want to reiterate what Advocate Late has said already, that this questioning by Mr. Pitlela is not going to help this court to determine the issue of causation. There is no relevancy to the issue that we are dealing with what Mr. Pitlela is trying to do and what he has just explained before this court that he intends to do, to hand in affidavits of family members who are gonna whose affidavit are saying that they were not contacted when the patients were moved from Life Esidimeni to CCRC. How does that help the court to determine what caused the death of the mental health users? It doesn't, my lady.
Thank you. Mr. Late.
Yes, my lady. That is the crux of my objection, is the relevance towards what this court has to find. When, in terms of our law of evidence, when the relevance only goes to the credibility of a witness regarding the facts that the court has to find in the end to come to a finding, that in those instances, the questioner must accept the answer. When it's not directly directed at the facta probanda and the facta probantia of a case. The fact that she did not or did or whatever contacted the family for a transfer or for a death does not lead this court to make a finding on the facta probanda and facta probantia of this case. The facta probanda of this case is a person is dead, who is that person, what caused his death, and whether somebody is responsible for that death. The facta probantia is the circumstances that is used to come to those findings. And whether somebody was contacted in the event of somebody who had already died definitely does not assist the court in coming to a finding regarding the facta probanda.
Thank you.
I will object to any evidence that Mr. Pishela wants to provide to this court that contradicts this witness, because that is a I forgot what the specific term was. Mr. Pina assisted the court a lot with regarding to this term. It's a collateral aspect, yes.
Yes.
What she had done regarding the information given to families is a collateral to the facta probanda and the facta probantia this court must find. That's why I object. It doesn't take this court any further.
Thank you. Mr. Pishela, I agree that the line of questioning in respect of this witness, in particular, the evidence that you are trying to elicit from this witness in respect of what she did during the transfer with regard to contacting the family during the transfer and even after the death is not going to assist this court in relation to determining the issue of causation. So I'm not going to allow you to persist with this line of cross-examination. Thank you.
Let's court please, my lady.
Can we call the witness back? Thank you. Proceed.
My lady, I'm going to refer to the names of deceased persons. And in respect of all those names, I'm going to put a version to this witness.
Where is the list? Are you going to refer us to a page, or will you?
I am going to refer your ladyship to a page.
Okay.
And also an exhibit number.
Okay.
And so on and so forth. Because I believe, my lady, that once, if it's an exhibit, then your ladyship is going to have regard to it, and she should be made aware if there is any other document that contradicts what appears to be an exhibit. And that is basically what I was trying to show the court. But if the court feels it's not relevant, it's okay. Ma'am, please listen carefully. On page 11331, exhibit V.
11311.
11331, my lady. 11331. Exhibit
11331.
Yes. Exhibit V12. We have Utofela Lurwabe.
Yes.
On page 9689,
yes.
And that is exhibit V14. we have William Maketlani.
This is now exhibit.
V14.
Yes.
On page 9923, it's exhibit V5. We have Mojalefa Sangweni.
Can I have the page number?
It's 9923. 9923.
Exhibit number?
V5.
Yes.
On page 10134,
yes,
we have Francois Joan Badenhorst.
This is exhibit
V8.
Continue.
On page 11069, we have Howard Lowe.
Exhibit number?
V11.
Yes.
On page 11755, we have Leonard Briet or Leonard Briet.
Just bear with me. My battery, it's... just bear with me. This is now page 11755, the exhibit number.
It's V1. There seems to be a problem.
Come again?
Your ladyship, just bear with me. It seems like I've missed, because I've already referred to exhibit V14, but I do have the pages with me.
Okay, it's
I've
fine.
marked it V14 even on this. But it's on. It's a statement made at the police station.
Just a
in
second.
manuscript.
Just a second. This one is for Leonard. That will be Leonard Briet. Is that the one?
Correct, my lady.
This is exhibit V14, and previously you said Fakude. William Fakude. Come again?
No, it was William Maketlani, page 9689.
Yes, the other name is Fakude. So it's not, that can be V14. V14 is for Leonard Briet. I'll just give you the correct exhibit number. It's exhibit 4.
Thank you, my lady.
Let me just get the surname quickly. 9689. The person's name is William Maketlani Fakude. So I just took the first name and the last name. So the correct
Mr. Pitlela, I don't see the judge anymore. It seems that she left.
It appears so.
My lady, you are muted.
I'll see that. I was kicked out of the meeting. Thank you. What I was saying to you was that Exhibit 4, V4, page 9689. The name of the deceased is William Makehlani Fakude.
As your ladyship pleases.
Okay, so you can proceed.
After Leonard Briat, we've got Sizwe Tsajoayo. That is on page 5151. And I've marked it as
just a second. Yes, there are two statements.
Two statements.
It will be Exhibit 15 and Exhibit 16.
16, my lady.
So, okay, you're talking about Exhibit V16.
Yes, V15 and V16.
Yes.
V16 should be on page 4871.
Yes.
And the last one is Miss Emily Ntembu. That is page 12940.
This will be V18, 18. Yes, what about this?
I'm going to put it to you that...
Can I ask the witness to be visible? Thank you. Just, can you come closer again? Can you move to this side? Thank you. Continue, Mr. Pichela.
Ma'am, I'm going to put it to you that you were charged with the responsibility to verify the contact details of the families and next of kin of all these deceased persons I've mentioned, not only as part of your duties to life Esidimeni, but also as part of your duties, responsibilities, course of conduct, code of ethics, and rules for social workers.
Just before you respond, I see there is an objection here.
Yes, my lady, your ladyship already ruled that the questions with regards to responsibilities in this regard is not allowed. Now my learned friend goes on. Used another 15 minutes to just ignore your ladyship's objection, ruling.
Mr. Pichela?
My lady, I understand that from the welcome lecture delivered regarding the rules of evidence, Mr. Lane, by his own words, considered that the answer
from the, okay, you understand from?
Yes, I understood from what Mr. Lake has said earlier when he was giving a recap on the rules of evidence, the facta probanda and the facta probantia.
Yes, I wanted you let me just finish this point. Yes. I wanted to hear what you were going to say, if you had repeated what you said previously, because I think you used the word, what captured lecture. I mean, these are not the words that we're supposed to be using in this court, isn't it? Just to show respect.
I apologize.
Okay, you can continue.
He has considered that if the witness gives an answer on this aspect, I am compelled to accept that answer, and I will deal with it in argument. It does not say that I am not allowed to pose this question. It is a question that I believe is central to the issues that the courts are determining. I am not the one, my lady, who entered all these exhibits onto the record. And it cannot be that the gentleman for the prosecution could just introduce exhibits and we cannot interrogate them. Because it seems that this evidence somehow is untouchable. And there are things in this document which were revealed and which were introduced, which I do not agree with. And I should be entitled, my lady, to ask questions around them. If the answer is given, then I'll be willing to live with that answer and I'll proceed to other things, my lady. But it cannot be that I'm not allowed, or that would be overly restrictive of cross-examination.
Mr. Late and Mr. Munjerel, Miss Munjerel, Mr. Late first. Can Mr. Late go first? Or you want to go first? That's fine. You can go first, Miss Munjerel.
My lady, I'm not referring to the rules of evidence that I addressed the court previously on in my objection. My objection was that your ladyship already ruled that his cross-examination regarding Ms. Ndlovu's duties as social worker does not assist this court in coming to a decision regarding the death of the deceased. That's why those questions were not allowed. That was your ladyship's ruling. And that is why I object, because he ignored your ladyship's ruling in this regard and just continued with the questioning of this witness. The reason, and the second aspect Mr. Pishera now addressed the court on, these statements formed part of the case dockets. All these statements that he referred to forms part of the case dockets that were provided to your ladyship, on which a decision was taken to conduct a formal inquest in this manner. It in any event forms part of the record of this inquest. It's not as if I have introduced it. The only reason why I referred the witness to those statements is because they are on the docket and anybody had the opportunity to refer thereto. But still, her actions in notifying or not notifying the family members does not assist this court, and your ladyship has made a ruling, and I submit that Mr. Pishera do not have the right to continue on this line of question.
Thank you, Ms. Munjerel.
As it pleases the court, my lady, I wanted to say almost the same thing that Advocate Late has just said now, that the court has already made a ruling regarding this aspect that Mr. Pihlela cannot cross-examine the witness on her duties as a social worker at CSRC, my lady.
Yes. Mr. Pihlela, do you want to reply?
Yeah, my lady, I was referring to the South African Council for Social Services Professions. I've referred to the policy guideline, the course of conduct, code of ethics, and the rules for social workers, which the client, which the witness, apologies, acknowledged that she's aware of. Now, my lady, in as much as this might be inquest proceedings, if something wrongful comes to the attention of this court, the court cannot, in my opinion, just ignore that wrongful action and proceed as if there was nothing untoward that occurred, irrespective of whether it's from this witness or from myself or from any of my colleagues and senior colleagues. Now here we are dealing with an aspect that I believe is very important, because it tells us whether this particular witness should be believed or not. And that, I believe, is critical. If the witness is not to be believed, then everything she says can be discarded and we can all go home.
Mr. Pichela, are you done?
I am done, my lady.
Okay.
God, please.
Thank you. I've already made a ruling with in respect of this aspect. I'm not going to revisit it because in your own words, you said some of the things the court shouldn't be too restrictive. It means you do not want to accept the court's ruling, right? Whatever version that you want to put this to this witness, you can just drive the point home and then we close the matter. I mean, you have been hammering on this issue irrespective of the decision that I've already made. Thank you.
Yes, God, please, my lady. My lady, I'm going to move away from this aspect, seeing as
please do.
It's not bringing us any pleasure. Ma'am, let's try and reach a conclusion of this examination. Now, you spoke that in your statement you've indicated that on a particular day you went to Miss Dorothy Franks and you handed her the details, the contact details of the family, and you didn't have an ID and so on. Correct? Or would you prefer that I refer you specifically to that part of your statement?
Just a second, Ms. Mjerere, just put your hand down, please, unless if you want to raise something.
My apologies, my lady.
Continue, Mr. Pichela.
Let's continue, my lady. This particular issue has been canvassed by you on page 37489 of your statement, the amended statement, where you've made amendments to paragraph 9. Now, for the benefit of the court, there are two aspects based on this version that you have presented, which I would like to test. The first one would be the issue of you handing over certain documents and contact details and so on to Ms. Dorothy Franks. And the second one would be with regard to the identification or failure to identify Mr. Charity Razozu. Now, I do understand I will be curtailed in that regard because, or maybe I should just find out from the court if I'm allowed to proceed on that basis, to interrogate these two aspects.
Continue, Mr. Pichela.
Yes, court, please, my lady. Now, ma'am, you said that you handed certain documents to Dorothy Franks.
I see, just a second, there is a note that someone has been removed from the meeting. I don't know who that is. I think the person will just rejoin. You may continue. I hope it's not Ms. Mjerere. Continue.
Yes, court, please.
I'm here, my lady.
Okay.
Yes, now, you detailed an incident in which you went to Anchor.
You are not going to be audible, Mr. Pichela.
Yes. You detailed an incident where you say you went to Anchor.
Mr. Pichela, can you please move to the middle or to the, yes, to your, thank you.
Yes, your leadership, please. You detailed an incident where you went to Anchor. You say that in your statement, and it starts with regard to the amendments that were made. You're saying you were not around Pretoria at the time, so you asked him, and that is, it starts from, maybe let me just read you the whole statement from the relevant portion. You were saying that you know there was a complaint about the late Charity Ratsotso, that the family was not notified about his death. The family was notified when he was placed in CCRC and when he was discharged to Anchor. Now, let's pause there. I'm going to refer this Honorable Court to a statement that is on page 2689.
Yes.
It's from page sorry, my lady, 6289. I don't know what's happening to me.
6289. 6289. Come
yes,
again?
It's it's 6289. I think it ends on page 6294. Now, this statement is from one Nono Joan Madite, who says she's the younger sister. In paragraph 3, she's saying she's the younger sister of Charity Ratsotso. I believe this is the complaint that you were referring to on this part of your statement, correct? Because in this document, she's detailing a complaint against you personally, where she's saying you failed to contact them and you did a lot of other things as well. Now, I just want to confirm that what you refer to as the complaint
Remember when you say, may I proceed, while you had not yet, I had not yet had the question, right? It doesn't help you. Can the witness step aside? Mr. Pichella, where are you?
I'm here, my lady.
Yes. I see you are still taking us to the statements. I said to you, if you want to put a version, just put it and lay to rest, isn't it? At the end of the day, I've already ruled.
My lady, the difficulty that, hence before I started asking this question, I requested the court to whether, and I tried to explain where I'm going with this aspect.
You didn't, did you? You just said to me you are dealing with the handing over. I thought it was a version that you were putting to the witness, but now I don't understand. Can I hear Mr. Okay, let Mr. Pichella finish. I've noted you, Mr. Late.
Yes, my lady, the difficulty that I'm faced with is that this witness directly, or she's creating an impression that she gave certain information to my client, Ms. Dorothy Franks, and Dorothy Franks, by implication, failed to act on that information. And even when she went back to Dorothy Franks, after Mr. Ratoto had passed away, Dorothy Franks denied knowledge of Mr. Ratoto. And that much is borne out by this paragraph in the statement. And that, for me, is a version that cannot be
Which is, can we look at it before I allow you, Mr. Late? Which is?
Yes, ma'am. It's page 37489. It's on paragraph 9.
Yes, you have already made that submission. When Mr. Late interjected with his objection, we were at 6289.
My lady, we were
reading the statement of a family member of Miss Charity Ratoto. That is the reason of Mr. Late's objection. Because, and then from this, what I pick up from that is that now you are taking us back. That is the reason why he's objecting.
My lady, I had not asked any question pertaining to the contents of this document. I was merely explaining to the client, because I'm sorry, the witness, because the witness says, I know that there was a complaint about the late Charity Ratoto that the family was not notified about his death. Now she goes on to say, now I wanted to confirm whether this document in particular, 6289, whether it's the complaint that she's referring to in her statement as the one which was received.
Okay, Mr. Late.
And then my lady, to find out, apologies, then to find out from her what was the outcome in respect of that complaint. I was not taking us back to that particular aspect.
Okay.
When Mr. Late objected, I was trying to explain what this document is and what it seems to say, and trying to link it to what is indicated on this document.
Okay, Mr. Late.
My lady, it still deals with the notification of family members of deaths and transfers, which your ladyship already decided on will not assist this court in coming to a decision regarding the facta probanda and facta probandi of this case. It's not necessary to go into that. Mr. Pichela again referred to, but we cannot just accept this witness as evidence if there is contradictory evidence. Evidence doesn't take this court in any way towards making findings regarding the facta probanda of this matter. This witness was called because of her knowledge of the workings of CCRC, and I hope that we would get more from her, but actually she knew, she obviously knew less than I thought she knew. But as far as her duties was concerned, she was not involved in the treatment of these persons. Whether she had notified the people, whether she had derelict duties or whatever, even if accepted that she had derelict duties and she had lied to this court, that's not going to take the court any further. It's just wasting a lot of time.
Thank you, Ms. Mjarela. Are you going to add something, or are you going to repeat? If you're going to repeat, rather not even start.
Yes, please, the court, my lady. I'm not gonna say anything because what I wanted to say was almost the same thing that Advocate Late said.
Yes, Mr. Pichela, I think I've ruled on this matter. My ruling was very clear. Can we move on, Mr. Pichela? You keep on taking us back to the same issues.
Apologies, my lady. I saw the hand of Advocate Pinar. I was trying to bring it to the attention of the court.
Mr. Pinar, did you raise your hand? I didn't see that.
Oh,
May it please the court, my lady. I just wanted to, in this regard, submit, my lady, as my learned friend Mr. Late has already done earlier, that we're running on collateral issues at this stage, my lady, which is not taking the issue of relevancy any further nor promoting it, my lady. And therefore, if that's the case, my lady, then such cross-examination is, in that regard, inadmissible, my lady. And therefore, I submit we should not continue in this regard, my lady. May it please the court, my lady.
Thank you. Mr. Pichela?
my lady, in light of what has been stated with reference to this witness, I'm going to stop here and say, for no further questions.
Okay, thank you. Can we take just a 5-minute break just to stretch our legs, and then I think Mr. Shabam will then continue.
As a court, please, my lady.
If the witness wants to go to the bathroom, she can do so.
during her tenure as she was a CRC, the CEO of CCRC up until the 4th of July 2016. Now, my lady, as a court pleases, my cross-examination will be in line with the witness statement, where she refers to the CEO, Ms. Nyatlo, as a CCRC in terms of the instruction given, as well as her involvement in the project Marathon or Life Esidimeni project before and during the project. As a court, please, my lady, may I continue? May I continue, my lady?
Yes, you may.
As a court, please, my lady. Ms. Ndlovu, do you know Ms. Priscilla Nyatlo?
Yes, Counsel.
Can you describe your relationship between yourself and Ms. Priscilla Nyatlo? Did you have
Priscilla?
apologies? You can
Ms.
continue, ma'am.
Nyatlo, Ms. Priscilla Nyatlo was the CEO of the institution during my time of working at CCRC. I was directly reporting to Mr. Mabaso, and Mr. Mabaso was reporting to CEO Mrs. Nyatlo.
Thank you very much. Then, ma'am, you have been a social worker at CCRC during the tenure when Ms. Nyatlo was the CEO, and the purpose of this inquest is to find a causal link between the death of the mental health care users who died during the Life Esidimeni project. We had the evidence of clinicians, pathologists who testify to the cause of a number of mental health care users in this inquest. Are you aware of that?
Counsel, you are cutting a little bit. Your line is fainting bit by bit. I didn't get your message well.
Okay, what I'm saying is we have evidence of the clinicians, we have evidence of the pathologist, we have evidence of other parties who were involved in the Life Esidimeni project. The purpose of this inquest is to find a causal link linked to the death of the number of mental health care users who died during that project. That's what I was saying. Now, as a social worker at CCRC, you were employed by the Gauteng Department of Health, is correct?
Yes, Counsel.
And as well as Ms. Nyatlo was also employed by Gauteng Department of Health. Do you know that?
Yes, Counsel.
Do you know who Ms. Nyatlo was reporting to while she was the CEO of CCRC?
Yes, Counsel.
Who was she reporting to?
Dr. Manamela, Counsel.
Thank you. The mental health care users that were at CCRC, as well as those who were from Life Esidimeni, am I correct to say they were the mental care users of Gauteng Department of Health?
Yes, Counsel.
Thank you. Now, As a social worker at CCRC, yesterday you testified that you were involved in admitting and discharging of the patients at CCRC before the life Esidimeni and project and during life Esidimeni. Is that correct?
Counsel, yesterday.
Just a second. There is just a second, Miss Munjera.
It pleases the court, my lady. I just want to correct my learned colleague here. The witness never said she was admitting and discharging patients during life Esidimeni. Her testimony was that she was facilitating the assessment process for purposes of admitting patients at CCRC and also facilitating the process of discharge. Her role before life Esidimeni, it was only limited to facilitating. Yes, please, the court, my lady.
Yes, Mr. Shabangu.
As the court pleases, my lady. My lady, I was talking about the role before and during.
Yes, that is exactly what Ms. Munjera is saying.
Yes, and my lady, I will refer the witness to her statement just for the purpose of time and clarity in terms of facilitating and involvement of the witness.
Okay, you can do that quickly.
Ms. Ndlovu, let's go to your note. That is V19. It's on page 3784, my lady. 378. Yeah, it's 37483, my lady.
Mm.
3748. On this, Ms. Ndlovu, that is your amendment to, you call it your notes. Is that correct, Ms. Ndlovu?
Yes, Counsel.
Now, on paragraph 2 there, or which is named paragraph 2, where it starts by
without any waste of time, Mr. Shabangu, this confirms what Ms. Munjera has said, that she has stated in the statement, right, that her responsibilities before the life Esidimeni was to facilitate the process of assessment of patients for purposes of admission at the institution. That is bullet number 1. And then bullet number 3, to facilitate the process of discharge of patients from the institution to their families. And
as the court please, my lady, I rephrase my question now to say, let's look at bullet number 3, which is said bullet number 3 should read as follows: to facilitate the process of discharge of patients from the institution to their families and to the NGOs. Now, this, Ms. Ndlovu, was before Life Esidimeni project, is it so?
Yes, Counsel.
Now, the question I want to ask you is that during Life Esidimeni, this was changed, your duties were changed.
I beg your pardon, Counsel?
Was your duties changed during Life Esidimeni project?
Yes, Counsel.
In relation to this bullet number 3, that I've just read.
And bullet number 1, Council.
Come again, ma'am.
Bullet number 3 of facilitating the process of assessments and bullet number 3 of facilitating the process of discharge. It was changed during life Esidimeni.
And it was changed to what, ma'am?
Mr. Shawangu, I don't want to be interjecting. The statement is clear. If you look at page 37484, she explains that as regards to the period during the life Esidimeni project.
As a court, please, my lady, I see that my lady is now referring to the first paragraph.
Yes.
To life Esidimeni and my social worker to collect IDs of the patient, contact details, and address of the families. Okay, my lady, thank you. I'm indebted to the court, my lady. Miss Ndlovu, who changed these duties? Who changed your duties in regard to life Esidimeni project? Miss Ndlovu?
He seems to be frozen. Miss Ndlovu, are you there? Miss Marriott, can you assist us? Mr. Late?
We are busy addressing the problem, my lady.
Okay, thank you.
That's okay, please, my lady.
Continue, Mr. Shabangu.
That's okay, please, my lady. Thank you, Ms. Ndlovu. Ms. Ndlovu, before you disappeared, I asked a question as who changed your duties as they were noted before Life Esidimeni project?
Council, as CCRC, by the time of Life Esidimeni, was no longer admitting patients from outside. That's how my duties were changed.
Now the question is who, not what was the reason for the change. It's who changed them.
Judge, there was no one who called me to say your job description has changed. It was the situation, because hence I said I was facilitating the process of assessments. during the facilitation of assessments as a social worker, I don't know if whether court can allow me to give a description of what I was doing regarding this, so that maybe the court can understand how it changed thereafter.
Yes, briefly, please. You don't need a full.
As a social worker, I was the one who was communicating with the family to come for the assessments at the hospital, gathering the MDT team, giving them the date of assessment, gathering the forms that are going to be needed during the assessment.
Yes.
So hence I'm saying, as CCRC was no longer admitting patients from outside, then that's how my job description changed.
Okay. Continue.
Thank you very much. So it is correct to say that you decided that now your job description has changed on your own.
Mr. Sharma, just continue, please. Where are we going with this question?
My lady, I've looked at the question. I got the answer I wanted. I wanted the confirmation. However, I'll continue as a court visit. Now, Ms. Ndlovu, let's go to page 37487 of your notes.
Yes.
On that page, I want us to look on paragraph, it will be 1, 2, 3, 4. Paragraph 4.
The paragraphs are numbered on this page.
They are not numbered, my lady.
Yes, but the reference has been made to say, like, in this page, on this page, there is reference to paragraph 5. So we don't know whether you are referring to the sub-paragraphs under this paragraph or not, because you just say 1, 2, 3. I don't know what you are referring to. Remember, it starts from a paragraph that comes from the previous page.
As a court basis, my lady, we have paragraph 5, which is underlined. I take it that's a paragraph that she was amending her statement. Now, I've named the paragraph, but I'll go straight to the paragraph that I want, my lady, which is start with line number.
Which paragraph? We've got the first paragraph. Okay, continue.
Yes.
Line number 1, line number 2, line number 3 to 4, line number 5.
Which says, as a court, please, my lady, line 3 to 4 should read as follows.
Okay.
Are you there, Ms. Ndlovu?
Yes, Counsel.
For the sake of time, I'll read this paragraph, which says, line number 3 to 4 should read as follows. Before CCRC could receive patients from live Esidimeni, CCRC had to discharge some of the patients who were at CCRC to create space for those coming from live Esidimeni centers. The nurses, doctor, and CEO Ms. Nyatlu were the ones who were discharging the patient before live Esidimeni and during the live Esidimeni project. Now, I want us to look on that part where we said the nurses, doctor and CEO Ms. Nyatlu were the one who were discharging the patients before live Esidimeni and during the live Esidimeni project. My question to you is, were you not involved in discharging the patients before life Esidimeni.
What is the question?
Ms. Ndlovu, were you, at the court, please, my lady, were you not involved in discharging the patients before the life Esidimeni?
But why ask that question, Mister? This issue has been clarified to say she has said in that statement, which she has corrected to say she was doing the facilitation, right? And you read that specifically yourself after the court referred you to it.
As a court, please, my lady, I will leave that. I'll carry on. Now, let's carry on the same page. Where I'll read from the line number 5 should read as follows. At some point, before the Life Esidimeni project, I asked the CEO, Ms. Nyatlu, that CCRC has admission criteria for patients, but there is no discharge criteria. The reason why I asked the CEO about the discharge criteria was because the CEO, Ms. Nyatlu, had told me to compile a list of patients who have overstayed at CCRC, those above 21 years of age, those who don't have family members, and those who are not from within Gauteng province. Line 6 to read as follows. She told me that I should use the admission criteria in reverse. Now, Ms. Ndlovu, I have instruction from Ms. Nyatlu that she never told you that you must use the admission criteria in reverse. Do you have any comment to that?
I was told to use the admission criteria in reverse by my then CEO, Mrs. Nyatlu.
Can you elaborate on this using the admission criteria in reverse? What does it mean?
I've indicated in the statement that he said I should focus on the patients who were not residing within Gauteng province, the one who overstayed in the institution, and the ones who were over the age of 21. That was how I was told, Council.
Thank you, ma'am. Furthermore, ma'am, I hold instruction from Ms. Nyatlu that she told you that you must consult the project review report in order to identify these patients. Any comment on that?
I beg your pardon, Council.
She instructed.
May you please just
can you just repeat the question, Council?
I hold instructions from Ms. Nyatlu that she further told you that you must use the periodic review report in identifying these patients. Do you have any comment in that?
I was not told that if Mrs. Nyatlu wanted me to use the periodical reports, I'm not the one who was leading the periodical reports. The doctor is the one who was leading the periodical reports.
The doctors were doing what?
The doctor that I was working with, he was the one who was leading, facilitating the periodical reports.
So you deny the statement?
Yes, Council.
I'm not Council. Ne?
As a court, please.
My apologies, Judge.
Just a second. Continue.
When you were identifying this patient, did you have regard to the periodical review, which were already in existence at CCRC?
Counsel, may you please come again?
Did you have regard to the periodic review when you were identifying this patient?
I used the reversal of the...
Just a second. Before I allow you, Ms. Munjerere, Mr. Shabangu.
Ango, my lady, as the court pleases.
The witness has just testified now that the doctor was the one who was leading the periodical report, right?
As the court pleases, my lady.
She has just denied the statement where you said Ms. Nyatu's instructions are that she didn't instruct her to use the criteria, the admission criteria in reverse. All right. And now you brought the issue of the periodical report. She denied this. Now you are asking her whether she consulted the periodical report. Okay, can I hear you, Ms. Munjerere? You are muted.
My apologies for that, my lady. I wanted to say that the witness has already indicated that Mrs. Nyatu never told her to use the periodical review reports in compiling the list. So that question by my colleague, my lady, I submit is not necessary because it has already been answered.
Yes, Mr. Shabangu.
As the court please, my lady, I will withdraw the question and now not rephrase it in other way. Ms. Ndlovu, the patients that you have identified, were these the patients that have long overstayed at CCRC?
But I don't understand this line of questioning. I don't want to keep on interjecting you. She has explained the criteria that she used, right?
As a court, please, my lady.
And it's not I mean, she explained what she did. So now you are taking her back. Huh?
As a court, please, my lady. Maybe the witness may be excused, my lady. I explain to the court the way I'm facing my questions.
Ms. Munjerere is also raising her hand. The witness can step aside. Ms. Munjerere.
As it pleases the court, my lady, I wanted to say the same thing that the court has just said, that the witness has already explained the criteria that she has used, and it is also clear from the statement, the same statement that my colleague has just referred the witness to. It is indicating the criteria that she has used and as instructed by the CEO. So the question, my lady, I submit, it should not be allowed. It is irrelevant.
Can I hear you, Mr. You said you wanted to explain, Mr. Shabangu.
As a court, please, my lady. My lady, I'm moving to the way of the patients that long overstayed. The way I'm posing my questions, my lady, I'm going to the point where to find out how did she know that these patients has overstayed at CCRC, my lady.
But why don't you ask here that particular question? Why should you stick around to the issue of the criteria?
As a court, please, my lady, that's where I was going, my lady.
Okay, and how will that assist you?
My lady, this will assist to find out that how did she know that a certain mental health care users or patient has overstayed, my lady, at CCRC, because there should be a periodical report that will inform that this patient has overstayed, my lady.
Can I hear Mr. Late and Ms. Munjerere?
This is the Honorable Court, my lady. The main statement which has been handed in before court yesterday, which is Exhibit V1 in the proceedings, and the testimony of the witness when she was being cross-examined yesterday. She indicated that the discharge criteria at CCRC was that patients who have overstayed who have stayed at CCRC for more than 3 years. Those were some of the patients who were to be considered for discharge in terms of the discharge criteria of the CCRC, my lady.
Yes.
So the evidence, it is already on record to that effect, my lady. So it is not necessary for my learned colleague to continue to ask that type of question, my lady. That's all, my lady.
Yes, I can see this is on in the statement. Chronic stay of 12 months to 3 years. That is paragraph 5 that you were busy reading, Mr. Shamangu. What more do you want to get from this witness?
My lady, the importance of...
If you can just lower your hand, Mr. Mungerel.
My apologies, my lady.
Okay, I'm listening.
The importance, my lady, of this question is, as I'm raising it to the periodic review, I hold the instructions, my lady, that the periodic review of these patients, they were already discharged by the mental review board, my lady. That's where I'm going with this, my lady.
Yes, but you can just put your question. I think your problem is how you put the question. Mr. van Bergen?
Thank you, my lady. I don't have a dog in this particular fight, but I submit that in the context of the responses that this witness gave to my cross-examination, she made it clear that she did not deal with medical records. She didn't look at medical records. She isn't qualified to look at medical records. A periodic review is par excellence.
Part of the medical records.
And I submit, and I understand where my learned friend is going to, and I submit the short route, as your lady has also indicated, is to ask her, how did you determine if any particular person had overstayed his or her welcome? Because there would be other documents. There would be admission registers, for example, that would show when a patient was admitted, and then it's a simple calculation of how long they'd been there. As your lady
yes. Okay. All right. Mr. Late?
Yes, your ladyship asked me to respond. I agree fully with Mr. van Bergen. It's clear from the witness's evidence that she only looked at the calculation of years or time spent in CCRC. She did not look at any, or she has no knowledge of any other like medical or psychological criteria that she knows about.
Okay, can we call the witness? I see it's now 1 minute past 4 o'clock. I think you can just directly deal with that and lay to rest, because the evidence is there regarding this.
As a quick, Mrs. Malady, Ms. Ndlovu, when you left, we're dealing with this issue of facilitating and identifying this with mental health care users. Now, the question I want to know is, what did you use in order to identify these mental health care users?
In fact, the question should be, what did you use to compile that report that you submitted?
As a
you were requested to submit in relation to the discharge of patients from CCRC to give way for those that were from Life Esidimeni.
As a court, please.
Counsel, with the assistance of the auxiliary social worker, Mrs. Lebogang Mpakanyan, we together went to the ward to check the forms that were used to admit the patients in the institution. That's where we calculated the year the patient was admitted in CCRC to the year that we were at.
There you are.
As a court, please, my lady, I see it's now 3 minutes past 4, my lady.
Are you still going to be dwelling on this point?
My lady,
We're finishing with this and then you will continue tomorrow.
as a court, please, my lady.
Yes, I don't know. Do you still have lots of questions on this point?
On this point, my lady, I still have lots of questions, my lady. And my lady, I don't want to keep the witness here and my colleagues in the court.
Did I understand you, Mr. Late, that the witness is still available tomorrow?
Yes, my lady, that is how I understood it.
Okay, thank you very much. The witness is warned. We will continue with the evidence tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, tomorrow the 22nd of April. Thank you very much.
As a court, please, my lady.
May it please the court, my lady.
Thank you, Judge.
As a court, please.
May it please the court, my lady.